tugiye gutangira in 5 minutes. Iri clean? Okay, ndashaka ifoto y'ururimi igomba kuba reka
Good morning. Good afternoon, I rather. Good afternoon, everyone. First, we want to apologize for starting a little bit late. We'll try to keep up with the program. So, on behalf of the Memory Keepers Association, I would like to welcome you all and thank you. I really appreciate, and the Memory Keepers Association appreciate taking time out of your busy schedules to come and stand with us. On this day we commemorate over 1 million of Tutsis whom life was taken away so shortly in 1994 during the genocide against the Tutsis of Rwanda. So before we start our program, I would like to announce some housekeeping rules. So first, join me as you acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6, the land of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place, and we affirm our relationship with one another. So we have ladies' rooms and gentlemen rooms around the hallway. There is an usher team and a security team that will guide you. And in case of emergency, the security team will take over, and please follow their guidance. Also, this event may be heavy, may be sensitive, may be traumatic. So if you need help at any time, there is again an usher team that is ready to help and assist whoever may need help. In that same route, if you came here with a little one, again, because the events may be traumatic, may be heavy, we have prepared a room for children, and there's proper child care. So if you came with a little one, please, we'll be happy to take care of them. So now our program begins. I would like to invite Joy Mukarage with the kids, and they'll come and lead us with the national anthems of both our nations. Thank you. Thank you, Joy, and your wonderful team. Each year they deliver, right? They do. And it is great that every year there's new children and new children. So this is amazing. Now I would like to welcome Reine Claudia, the Secretary of the Memory Keepers Association, to come and give her remarks and introduce our distinguished guests and welcome them. Karibu Claudia.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Because I'm very nervous to do this. Okay, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you for joining us today to reflect on our dark chapter in human history, the 1994 genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. I would like to take this moment to recognize in our audience some following guests. The Ambassador of Rwanda in Canada, Honorable Prosper Higiro, the Mayor of the City of Edmonton, Honorable Amajid Sahi, the Alberta Deputy Premier Minister of Skills and Trade Professional MLA Kaycee Madu, MLA David Shepherd, the Senior VP of Elliston Construction, Edmonton Area and Elliston Employees, the Vice President of United Black People of Canada, Dr. Habib Mohamed. As we gather here today for our 1929 commemoration of 1994 genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda, we remember the million innocent lives that have been betrayed, taken during that time. The genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda stands as remind for unspeakable tragedy that can be committed in a community when hatred and discrimination are allowed to thrive in our community, in a country. It serves as a haunting example of how deep-seated animosity and division can be torn apart community, family, even entire population. Today we come together to remember and honor the victim of genocide against Tutsi. Remember men, women, children who lost their lives solely because of their ethnicity. Remember survivors who endure unimaginable suffering and loss. Remember the heroes who risked their lives to save others, and our countless family who were torn apart forever. As we reflect on this dark chapter, we also acknowledge resilience, strength of survivors. We are inspired by the story of surviving, courage, forgiveness that emerged from ashes of genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. We recognize the importance of remembering and learning from this dark chapter in the history to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again in our country and anywhere else in the world. As we honor the victim of the genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda, let us renew our commitment to promote peace, tolerance, understanding among all people regarding our ethnicity, religion, background. Let us strive to build a world where diversity are celebrated, where dignity, rights, and every human being are being respected and protected. For survivors, I would like to take this moment and acknowledge you and appreciate you for choosing life. After all you experience, as we all know, the wound is still fresh after 29 years late. My message for you today, you did not stay, so you have to do this life alone. I would like to remind you, we are here to support you, to cheer you as you experience the fullness of life. I hope and I pray that you will always get a bit of courage to practice the seek out of help, even it can be hard. Do not be discouraged whenever your encounter individuals may not be supportive. As for the rest of the community, let us practice active listening and ask how best we can support each other instead of making assumptions. Together, let us stand in solidarity with survivors. Let us stand together. Never forget the lesson for the genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. May we work toward a world where such senseless violence and hatred have no place, and where humanity can truly prevail. Lastly, I would like to note this event can be sensitive, and some information can be hard to digest sometimes. However, we have our mental health first aid personnel in case anyone may need help. Also, I would like to remind to check on each other so we can make sure we are providing a safety environment everywhere, for everyone here. Thank you for your kind attention.
Mayor Amarjit Sohi is here with us, unfortunately due to prior commitment and of course a busy, very busy schedule. He's only with us for only a short time. So for that, I would like to welcome him to come and give us his remarks. Your worship, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here today with you as we come together to pay our tribute and remember the victims of the genocide in Rwanda, the genocide that was committed against the Tutsi people. But before we get into the rest of my remarks, I do want to welcome His Excellency to join us in this very important event, and thank you so much for coming all the way from Ottawa to be with the community and show your support to the community and be with us in as we come together to pay our tribute to the victims of the genocide. So thank you so much for coming. I also want to thank the organizers, Memory Keepers Association, because it's very important that we don't let go of our memories, even though how difficult they might be. Because remembering those we have lost, and lost in a way that we never imagined, and making sure that through those memories, not only we come together as a community, but also we learn that we play our part, but also reflect that had the world paid the attention, maybe the outcome would have been different. I think that is the importance of these events, that we learn from them and what we need to do together to avoid such things from happening in the future. I have been attending these memorial services for a number of years, before as a city councillor, then as a member of parliament, now in my capacity as mayor. These are very difficult moments. These are very hard and traumatic events, and they can trigger so much pain and trauma and bring back some of the things that sometimes you try to forget. But when I leave these events, I leave with a sense of hope. I leave with a sense of aspiration that we as communities in this country, coming from all over the world, with our different experiences, our different histories, but here when we come together as one big community, we create space, a safe space, where we can talk about these traumatic events, but we talk about it in a way with a commitment to move forward together, with a commitment to ensure that we're supporting each other. So the resiliency that I experience every time I come to these events, and the strength that I see in the community, and the resolve that I see to move forward together, it is so impressive. It is so impressive that that we as a community and as Edmontonians can play a bigger role in the world. Role that allows us to share our stories, but through those stories, tell the stories of resiliency, courage, and strength and resolve. So I want to thank all the organizers for bringing us together to pay our tribute. You see the pictures. There are elders in these photos. There are young kids in these photos. There are women in these photos. There are families in these photos. And those are the families that you belong to, that we belong to. So as Edmontonians, we need to continue to remind that as we engage in the world, as we play our role, not only continue to pay tribute, but also make sure that such tragedies and such atrocities do not happen, that we don't ignore them, that we don't close our eyes to them, that we always call out what they are, and which is an act of violence against humanity. So with that, I really want to commend the community for coming together and really bringing the community together. And thank you so much for having me here today on behalf of City Council. I want you to know that as a community, we are doing what we can here to build an Edmonton for all of us, where it should not matter how we got here, should not matter who we are, should not matter what our religion is, what our ethnicity is, whether we were born here, whether we came here as immigrants like I did, my family did. We belong in this place. This is our city that belongs to all of us. So I want you to know that we are thinking about you in this difficult time, and we stand together with you in this difficult time, and working together, supporting each other, we will end up building a community that supports each other, lift each other up, and really be with each other in time of need. Unfortunately, I have to leave about in 10 minutes because I have another commitment to go participate in, but I really wanted to be here to show our City Council and Edmontonian solidarity with each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Your presence here means a lot to us. As you all know, when the genocide happened in Rwanda, the world stood still and watched us die, and nobody said nothing. Nobody did nothing. So when leaders, community leaders, government leaders stands with us, it means that we are not alone anymore. And it is a step closer to the never again, hopefully. So now I want to tell you that spirituality has been one of the strongest pillars for the most survivors in their healing journeys. In a moment of despair, most of us learn to turn to the Lord. And we know that in Him alone we get comfort. So for that, I want to welcome Pastor Rob to come and give us his remark and lead us in a prayer.
Pray for me. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here with you during this time, and I want to thank the Rwandan community. I want to thank the Memory Keepers Association for extending this invitation for me to share with you briefly. My name is Pastor Rob Dorellis. I am the lead pastor of the Sherwood Park Seventh-day Adventist Church, and on behalf of our church community in Sherwood Park, we extend our love and our compassion to you during this time. I've been asked to share a message of hope this afternoon, and it's challenging. There's a dichotomy going on in my mind. On one side, I'm extremely grateful to share, and on the other, I don't know what to share. I want to let you know that I'm not here to preach at you. I think we've all come across people who want to tell you about your story, and I'm not going to do that today. Today, I just want to empathize, to sympathize with you. The trouble is still going and brewing inside of me because I absolutely love the Rwandan people. The truth is I've never lived in Rwanda. I love the Rwandan people, but the truth is I did not experience a genocide. So what do I share with you? I had to ask myself driving here, as I reflect on the lives that were lost, the stories that were shared, and the hurt that lingers so many years longer. One of the places that I have to go whenever I face despair or insecurities or doubt, one of the places I always have to go is in the Word of God. For a brief moment, I just want to go to the book of Isaiah with you. Isaiah chapter 40. I won't insult your intelligence. Maybe some of you have already seen this scripture before. Isaiah 40, verse 28. In Isaiah 40, we find strength for God's people. And this is what I want to leave you with today. It reads, "Have you not known? Have you not heard? The everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable." And then verse 29, I really like what verse 29 says because it's actually quite cool. It says, "God gives power to the weak." I came by this afternoon to reassure you that God gives power to the disenfranchised. God gives power to the marginalized. God gives power to the people that have been used, abused, misused, and reused. The Bible says God gives power. And to those who have no might, God increase their strength. You know, I was reflecting a lot. And as I read this text, I said, you know, there must be someone in this room that's asking the question, if God exists, why would he allow something like this to happen? And I have the same question for God. And one day I'll be able to ask him those questions. God, why would you allow such atrocities to take place? Why would you allow such pain to take place in this world? And the reality is, I don't have the answers. But God has the answers. Verse 30 says, "Even the youth shall faint and be weary, young men shall utterly fall, but those who wait on the Lord, he shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." You see, when I look back in history, for all of the atrocities that we see, for all of the pain that we see in this world, even in the midst of such darkness, we see that there are those who refuse to give up hope. Even in the midst of such pain, there are those who stood up for what was right. Even in the midst of such pain, there were those who chose to love even when it was difficult. And so today, as we pause to reflect on what took place 29 years in your beloved, beautiful country, we must also remember the resilience and the courage of you. Yeah, this is not about me. This is about you. Your resilience, your story of becoming, your story of overcoming, your story of coming to cold, cold Edmonton and still making a life for your family. As we reflect on the genocide that took place in Rwanda, we must also remember the strength and determination of those who refuse to give up. We must honor the memory of those who lost their lives by continuing to fight for a better world. And so there's 3 things I've learned from the Rwandan community. I've been fortunate to pastor here in a church in Edmonton that we had a lot of folks from Rwanda. And here are a few things that I've learned from you that you've taught me. Number 1, family's not always blood. It's the people that you want to be in your life and vice versa. And so I've seen through your stories, through your pain, through your grief, how you've been able to cultivate family. The other thing that I've learned from you, the Rwandan community, I've learned that you'll never go back. You've made it a priority. You're intentional about never repeating what took place. Another thing that I've learned from you, the Rwandan community, is how resilient and courageous you are. And so I came by this afternoon to give you a message of hope. I came by to remind somebody to keep fighting, keep pushing. I don't know how difficult it is. I don't know how life is. I don't know how you're processing it. I don't know if you've even processed it. But all I'm saying is don't give up. I came by to remind somebody this afternoon that no matter how difficult you perceive the situation to be, God is still in control. I came by to remind somebody that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we can ask or think. I came by to remind somebody that weeping endures for a season, but joy comes in the morning. And so here's what I want to share with you. Don't give up. Wait on the Lord. He will renew your strength. You will mount up with wings like eagles. You will run and not be weary. You will walk and not faint. Heads are bowed, eyes are closed. I want to pray for you. God, this is not my time. This is your time. These are not my people. These are your people. You love them. You care for them. And God, we ask that you can continue to give them a spirit of hope, a spirit of resilience, that no matter how difficult, no matter how dark it gets, they would never give up because they have been destined for greatness. We love you, Jesus. Come back soon. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Rob. If I may, I will just answer that one point where you say that most Rwandans that you have seen, blood, family is not only blood. Unfortunately, that's by default, because most of our survivors, blood family does not exist anymore. So most people have learned to consider anybody around you as family, and that's just surviving. So we are going to enter the moment of laying our worth and lighting candles. I'll explain a little bit about that. So every year, we and will continue to do this ceremony because the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, the victims were our families, our friends, our people. And most of them never got the respectable burial that every human, it's the minimum that human deserve, is a proper burial. The victim of the genocide, most of them never got it. So we do this because our people who are dehumanized, it is our duty to give them back their respect and dignity in the little way that we can. So I'm going to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Rwanda in Canada, together with the President of the Memory Keepers Association. There is a rest that was prepared to come and lay it at the designated place. The usher team will help, Lisa will help us, will guide you. So if the President of the Memory Keepers Association, together with His Excellency, thank you. You may be seated. I believe we all received a candle as we were walking in. So if you could join me, light up the candle in the memory of those we lost. And we will, for those who are seated in the front, because if we do, the room is getting a little bit full. So for those who are sitting in the front, you're very welcome to come and place your candles right alongside the other big candles that are here. And the technical team could just put a little song so we can start the activity. So please light up a candle and bring it up here at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. mucire birarura abahembera ingengabitekerezo yayo muramenye mumenye ko u Rwanda atari indiri y'ubwicanyi noneho ahubwo ari ingobyi duhetse twese nk'abanyarwanda.
Genocide niduteze kuzacika intege oya oya tubabwira ko mwakoze ishyano.
Thank you, everyone. See, candles are still coming. Joy, you can bring your candle. Every candle matters. Thank you. So now we're going to take a minute of silence. If you could rise. Thank you. You may be seated. I think it's a little bit too dark in the room. I don't know about you guys. Little lighting won't hurt, I think. So I want us to practice something. I apologize if it's going to make you a little bit uncomfortable, but there is something that in the Rwandan community we have in our culture, and we share it with the Canadian culture. It's called giving a hug. The person you're sitting next to may be a survivor. The person you're sitting next to may be mourning. They have been mourning for the past 29 years. The person who's sitting next to you may be the solo survivor in their whole family. The person who's sitting next to you may have lost children, siblings, spouses, parents, and everybody they knew. The person sitting next to you may need a hug today. So please, if that's okay with you, give a hug to the person sitting next to you and whisper a word of life to them. If that's okay with you. Thank you, everyone, and I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Now we have come to a great moment where we're going to hear a presentation put together by our keynote speaker, Madame Jacqueline Mrekatete. She's a fellow survivor. She lost her parents, her 6 siblings, and many extended family members during the genocide. Mrekatete has dedicated her life to be a human rights activist. She has delivered several genocide prevention presentations at schools, international organizations, faith-based communities around the world. She has had the privilege to address the UN General Assembly and regular participate in high-level human rights conferences. Madame Mrekatete, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Excellencies, honored guests, fellow Rwandans in the audience, fellow survivors, dear friends of Rwanda. Let me begin by saying how honored I am to be with you this afternoon as we officially commemorate for the 29th year the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And once again remember the innocent men, women, and children who were brutally murdered in 1994 simply because of their Tutsi ethnicity. And I'm especially happy to be here with you this morning because Edmonton is a place where I have family members and many dear friends. So once again, thank you for having invited me to be part of this very important program. So my keynote this afternoon, I've been invited to speak specifically about the unique traumatic experiences of Tutsi women and girls during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. There are many aspects that one can talk about when it comes to the genocide, but the traumatic experiences of women and girls is going to be the focus of my remarks this afternoon. It's a very sensitive subject. It's a very heavy subject because we know that women and girls, Tutsi women and girls in 1994 were not only a target for murder, a target for extermination, as Tutsi men and boys were, but Tutsi women and girls were also subjected to other crimes by the nature of being women and girls. There are many things that one can talk about on that subject, but I'm going to focus my remarks today, especially on talking about the experiences of Tutsi mothers who had to watch as their children were murdered in front of them. And also, I'm going to be talking about the sexual violence or gender-based violence that many Tutsi women and girls experienced during the genocide. And I'm going to begin with Tutsi mothers, the starting point of whom is my own mother. My mother, Cesariga Sengaire, was about 40 years old when the genocide started. She was a mother of 7, myself included, 4 boys and 3 girls. And despite having grown up in a country where, like other Tutsis, she lived with as a second-class citizen, where she was treated as second-class citizens, denied education, higher education. My mother, like all Tutsi mothers, worked hard to make sure that their children would have a better future. And before the beginning of the genocide, she had hopes for myself and for all my 6 siblings. But when the genocide started, I'm told, because I was not there when my mother was killed, I was in a different place in my maternal grandparents' village when the genocide started. And when the genocide started, I'll come to learn after the genocide that my mother had been found in a bush, hiding in a bush near my house, along with my 6 siblings. My father was hiding in a different place at that time, because when the genocide started, there were some men who chose to hide in different places from their wives and kids, hoping that perhaps the killers would have mercy on the mothers and the children. So my father was in a different place, and he ended up being killed on the same day, but not at the same time. But after the genocide, I learned that my mother and my 6 siblings were discovered, as I mentioned, while hiding at a nearby bush in my village. And my mother and my 6 siblings were taken to a nearby river, Nyabarongo River, for the Rwandans in the room, which was very close to where I grew up. And there, my mother had to watch as all her 6 children were murdered in front of her, one by one. The youngest of my siblings was only 2 months old when the genocide started. And the person who told me this story told me of how they killed all the children before they killed my mother. And I remember he told me that I should take some comfort in knowing that perhaps by the time my mother was killed, she had already become numb from what she had witnessed, that perhaps she did not feel the pain of the machete wounds when they were inflicted on her. And while that was told to me in a way where the person wanted me to have some kind of relief, I have to tell you that for the past 29 years, that image of my mother watching my siblings being killed and their bodies thrown in that same river, the pain that she must have experienced during that moment, that last moment on earth, that image is something that has haunted me for the past 29 years, and I'm sure will continue to haunt me for many more years. And I wish I could stand here this afternoon and tell you that my mother's experience was unique, that she was the only mother who had to endure such agony and such pain and suffering before she was actually killed. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Because today, when I think about my mother, I also think about my friend's Celine's mother, who was raped, sexually violated in front of her children, and whose daughter, my friend, is today haunted by nightmares of having witnessed that ordeal. And I think about my friend Valentine's mother, whose children, including her youngest, were stripped from her back and thrown alive in latrines or toilets, where she endured their screams and cry for help in an environment that was indifferent to that pain and suffering. And I think about the women who were pregnant during the genocide and who had their stomachs cut open to make sure that even their fetuses were destroyed, because we know that during the genocide, radio broadcasters will often say that a child of Tutsis are snakes and a child of a snake is a snake. And that incitement to murder extended even to Tutsi fetuses who were still inside their mother's stomach. This afternoon, I can go on and on about the emotional and psychological pain that Tutsi mothers suffered before they were killed, or for those who survived, the pain that I live with today of having witnessed such horrors being committed against their children. But I'll stop here. And we'll instead talk about the other form of violence that I mentioned that women and girls suffered during the genocide, and that is sexual violence, gender-based violence, that the consequences of which many survivors still live with today. In speaking about the sexual violence or the gender-based violence that Tutsi women and girls suffered, there were some Tutsi men who also suffered it. But in talking about the women and girls and the rape, the sexual violence that they experienced, it's very important for us to know, for those who are not too familiar with what happened in Rwanda, it's very important for us to know that the sexual violence which characterized the genocide was not a random act. It was not just a few Hutu men and boys who were doing it, but the sexual violence in 1994 was part of the perpetration of the genocide. It was an integral part of the genocide. And at the end of the genocide, it's estimated that between 250,000 and 500,000 women, Tutsi women and girls, had suffered one form or another of sexual violence. In talking about the sexual violence that many women and girls experienced, one researcher, Robin Spencer, stated that sexual violence was not just a weapon, it was a genocide in and itself, a step in a process of destruction of the Tutsi group, destruction of the spirit, of the will to live, and of life itself. So again, this now was not a random act, but a part of the perpetration of the genocide. And during the 100 days of genocide, the rape of Tutsi women and girls were incited, highly encouraged by Hutu government officials, by Hutu civilians who were leading the genocide. Thank you. And it wasn't just the Hutu men who were encouraging it. Hutu women did as well. Those of us who are Rwandans may be aware of the case of Pauline Nyiramasuhuko, who was the first woman to be convicted by the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, not just for genocide, but also for rape as a weapon of genocide, for having incited many Hutu militias to be sure to rape Tutsi women and girls before they ultimately killed them. And when we hear about the 250,000, between 250,000 or 500,000 women who endured sexual violence, it's important for us to put a face, to put a story to those numbers, because sometimes when we hear statistics, over 1 million murdered, 500,000 raped, we just hear numbers, we hear statistics. So this afternoon I just wanted to share very short excerpts from some of the accounts of survivors who endured rape and other forms of sexual violence during the genocide. And I'll begin with Josephine's story. My name is Josephine. I was married to Vincent Kalisa, and we had 2 boys. When the genocide started, I had just given birth and had a baby boy who was only 3 days old. Right after killing my husband, they returned to rape me. After the genocide, I kept living with many psychological and physical wounds. I endured facial paralysis until one of my eyes became blind. Part of my mouth too was affected. Today, I'm unable to do much work and must rely on support of good-hearted people. This is one of the survivors that my nonprofit works with. So during the genocide, there was complete disregard, even for those women who had just given birth. They were targeted just as other Tutsi women were targeted. And the sexual violence also had complete disregard to age, It wasn't just women, it was Tutsi girls, young Tutsi girls, like Console, who writes about her experience in a book that all of you can read called Tested to the Limit. This is part of her testimony. Shinan, who was a Hutu neighbor who used to come to my house to visit, or for many other social events, dragged me along the main road. I kept crying out loudly, telling him to let me go or kill me, but he kept dragging me. Oblivious to my screams, still screaming, he dragged me towards his family home, while onlookers on the street took in the scene without intervening. He dragged me into the bushes near our burnout home and started stripping off my clothes. I tried to resist and kept on crying and begging him to let me go, but he put the sword to my neck and kept insulting me and saying that we are snakes and cockroaches. He beat me with a sword all over my body, and I started to bleed. He tore my clothes away and threw me to the ground with anger, tied my hands up and sexually assaulted me. He left me in that bush, bleeding and unable to walk properly. Console was just 14 years old when this happened to her. And there are other younger Tutsi girls, even younger than Console, girls who are 9, who are 8, perhaps even younger, who were subjected to this type of brutal sexual violence. And when talking about gender-based violence during the genocide, it's also important to mention that Tutsi women and girls were not just, I don't know if I can say not just, they were not just subjected to rape, but they were tortured at the same time. I want to share one more account, Rosalie's account. After they had killed my husband, they threw me to the ground and demanded that my 18-year-old son sleep with me first, so that if I had AIDS, I would pass it on to him. My son refused, and they stabbed him to death in front of me. Then many of them started raping me one after the other. After they had finished, they found cow horns and pushed them up into my private parts. I had so much pain after that I had to keep my legs open all the time. After the genocide, I found out that I had contracted HIV from the gang rape, and I was very much traumatized. So in addition to being raped, many Tutsi women and girls had sharp objects like cow horns, large sharp sticks forced into their vagina as a way to torture them. Because again, the goal was not just to kill, it was to torture and to humiliate. And today, when one visits the Nyamata Memorial in Bugesera district, for those who have not been to Rwanda, when you do visit, I do encourage you to visit that memorial. It's a church, it used to be a church. It's now a genocide memorial where thousands of Tutsis sought refuge and ended up being murdered. The Nyamata Memorial, there are remains of the victims of the genocide, and among the remains there's a closed coffin in the basement of the memorial. And the closed coffin is of the tour guide, the memorial guide always tells the visitors. It's of a Tutsi woman who, during the genocide, was raped, and then after that had a very long, sharp stick inserted in her all the way to the top, and she was impaled at the end. Of course, she did not survive. She died. But that closed coffin stands as a symbol to all the victims, all the Tutsi women and girls who fell victims, who were targeted, again, not just for extermination, but endured torturous rape and other forms of sexual violence. So in sum, sexual violence, gender-based violence against Tutsi women and girls during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi was carried out with levels of maliciousness, brutality, levels of, in Kinyarwanda we say ubushinyaguzi, bunyamaswa, a level of sadism that really defies human understanding. And once again, it's critically important to remember that this was part of the extermination plan. This is a historical fact which was confirmed during the proceedings of the International Community Tribunal for Rwanda in the case of Prosecutor versus Akayesu. This was a case which dealt with Jean-Paul Akayesu, who was the mayor of Tawa when the genocide began, and he had incited many Hutu men and boys not only to kill, but to rape and torture, sexually torture Tutsi women and girls before they killed them. And the Akayesu case became the first time that rape and sexual violence was defined under international law, and became the first conviction in the history of sexual violence where rape is not considered as a crime of genocide. And thus, the Akayesu case set an important precedent for the future persecution of rape and sexual violence during genocide and other mass atrocity crimes. Now, the women and girls, as you can imagine, who endured, who were subjected to such ordeal, face many challenges today. They've received some support over the past 29 years, but more needs to be done. And I want to show a short video that is a video for one of the women retreats that my nonprofit organization helps to run in Rwanda, of women who were raped during the genocide, and it talks about some of the challenges that they face today. Instead of speaking for them, I wanted them to speak for themselves. So I'm going to show that short video, and then we'll continue.
Kuvuga kwanje kwari ukurira, kurebana n'umuntu gutya amaso ku maso, numva uri busome ko mfite ibibazo mu mutima, uri bumenye ko nafashwe ku ngufu. Zimwe mu ngaruka nagize nyine ikibazo cyo kurwara uburwayi budakira, ubwandu bwa virusi itera sida. Mu byuririzi byabayeho hajemo n'icyuririzi kije no ku maso, bituma rero n'amaso ndavuza, ariko amaso bize kurangira n'ubundi amaso atakaje ubushobozi bwo kubona. Twari tukiri abakobwa, turi abana benshi, harimo abo bishe, harimo abo bafashe ku ngufu. Harimo abafashe ku ngufu ntibabatera inda, harimo abo bafashe ku ngufu babatera inda, ndetse n'indwara zitakira.
Uteze amatwi uko abo bose bavugaga, bikwereka yuko tugifite urugendo rwo gufasha abacitse ku icumu rya jenoside gukira, cyane cyane abagore.
Even though I knew that rape is one of the weapons that have been used during the genocide, in 2016, it was my first time to hear a story of a woman who experienced rape during the genocide in Rwanda. Then I started thinking about what I can do to support those women, because for them it's not only about surviving the genocide, they live with the consequences of the genocide. A large number of them, they are HIV positive because of rape, and they have children born of rape. Everything around them is a memory of what happened to them in 1994.
Ihungabana riturutse ku bugome bw'umuntu riri muri Remera, hanyuma iyo wongereyeho no gufatwa ku ngufu, nanone uburemere bwongera bukikuba. Ikindi kibiremereza cyane nuko hari ibintu byoroha kubwira abantu, kubera ko haba harimo ipfunwe, harimo no kwicira urubanza, biri mu bifungirana umuntu cyane ku buryo abo badamu n'abana babo bo bibona, sosiyete babona ikabafungirana gusa ku gikomere no ku buryo abo bana bavutse. Ntabwo bagomba kwitwa abadamu bafashwe ku ngufu, kuko bafite ibindi bikoze identite zabo.
I thought about a retreat that can bring together some of these women for them to have a safe space where they can share their stories with the guidance of counselors and psychologists to help each other heal and find strength to help them move forward in life.
Survivors Fund works to empower genocide survivors in Rwanda and the UK. Among our work is to support women who were raped during the genocide and have children born as a result of these rapes.
Ahantu haranejeje, iri huriro ryaranejeje cyane. Hari nubwo ryamaga sinsinzira ariko buriya naragiye kuko twari tuganira n'uriya twabonanye akambwira amateka yakambwira ukuntu yarwaye sida ukuntu bamutaye nsanga jewe ahubwo ibyanjye byasa nkaho byoroshye.
Baramutse bongewe andi mahugurwa angana nk'ayo bamaze guhabwa bagera ku kigero gishimishije kandi kinejeje.
I think all the widows, or most of the widows we have here in Rwanda, have shown resilience of a high level. Because knowing what we've gone through during the genocide, including rape, including infection with HIV and AIDS, including destruction of property, including loss of everything, and you see people still surviving and laughing and talking, the level of resilience is very high.
The pain and sorrow of these women should be a listen to the word to turn never again into a reality. Their courage and resilience should be a good example that we don't have to let our past hold us back.
Ntimuzacike intege, abo mwafashije dushobora kubigwari ariko abadukomoka nzi ko natwe mu magambo twababwiye bazabigira nk'umurage.
So I wanted to show the video again because I think it's better that the survivors I'm talking about speak for themselves because there's so much that I can say for them. But as you heard, although they've been support provided over the past 29 years by the Rwandan government, by Survivors Association in Rwanda, and by non-profit organizations and NGOs outside of Rwanda, the challenges for the survivor community, particularly the women and girls who were raped during the genocide, remain. There are those who were intentionally infected with HIV and now live with AIDS and are in need of medication. These are people who, even the idea of taking medication every day reminds them of what they experienced in the genocide. So for them, the genocide is never a past event. It's something that is part of their everyday reality. There are also some survivors who, one of the survivors mentioned, who are now dealing with a number of other illnesses relating to the sexual violence that they suffered during the genocide. And there are survivors who have physical wounds, those who suffered sexual torture, had their organs damaged in the process. Some of them are unable to bear children as a result of what happened to them. And there are some of them who have suffered, who are permanently disabled. I know 2 survivors in particular that we work with who have been bedridden since 1994, meaning that for the past 29 years, they have not been able to get up or to walk. They've been in bed. Everything has to be done for them. This is a reality that we cannot ignore. And the women who had children as a result of the sexual violence that they suffered, and on one hand, these children in some cases are the only family members, the closest family members that they have, because the rest of their families were murdered in 1994. But at the same time, these are also children who every day remind them of what they suffered during the genocide. And I can go on and on about the challenges, whether physical, emotional, psychological. But it's very important to realize, or as we commemorate today, whenever I go to Kwibuka events, I always say it's good to remember, to commemorate. There is intrinsic value in remembering, for remembering's sake. But even better, I think it's very important that we all engage in an active remembrance and trying to make sure that every person who survived, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned, can get the support that they need to continue their healing journey. And what is needed is not, billions of dollars, as you heard. Survivors need safe spaces to be able to talk about what happened. I know one of the previous speakers talked about the importance of lending our ears to survivors, particularly during this period, and letting them be able to share what happened. Safe spaces like the Women Survivors Retreats that you've seen, they're in need of professional counseling. And there's also a need for medical support, again, for those who are dealing with various forms of disability or had their organs damaged. As a matter of fact, Avega right now is currently running a campaign during this Kwibuka program where they're trying to raise funds for ultrasounds to make sure that these women, again, get the treatment that they need. Avega currently has about 37,000 of women who come to them who need variety of treatment, and they expect that as these women grow older, they expect that in 2027, for example, this number, the 27,000, is going to increase to 110,000 patients that are going to need medical care. And in addition to medical care, they certainly need to support survivors financially, supporting income-generating activities, businesses, and as I said, a lot of support has been provided. So what I'm saying here is not out of lack of recognition or appreciation for what have been done, but it's in recognition of the fact that more needs to be done, and there should be a sense of urgency to make sure that the survivors who are still in need of support get it, because many survivors are passing away as a result of the physical and psychological wounds that they suffered. Many of them are falling victims to a variety of illnesses that stems from untreated and unaddressed trauma. And there's also a need to make sure that they get the psychological support that they need, so that level of trauma, we can prevent it from being passed on to their children, because all of us are aware of the intergenerational transmission of trauma. And while survivor parents cannot expect 100% prevent their children from being traumatized by their parents' experiences, I do believe, and I know for sure, that when survivors are able to access support, mental health support, at least the passing on of that trauma can be minimized. But I know I shared many horrific stories in my remarks. I told you stories that are full of brutality, which I believe are important to share. There are some people who will tell you, why talk about these horrific things that were done to women and girls? Why talk about this? But I think it's important to share because a lot of these women, they need to be heard, and they must be heard. And part of their justice is being heard. But I also want to end by just saying a word about resiliency. In the video you heard Antoine Rutaisire, who's a survivor himself, talking about the exemplary resiliency that women survivors have displayed in the 29 years since the genocide. And as somebody who works with the survivor community, I can assure you that that resiliency is something that is very hard to it's highly encouraging. You know, whenever I go to speak at different events, people always ask me, you know, who is your hero? Who's the person that you admire? And I can talk about Gandhi or Martin Luther King. I can talk about all these world famous names of people that I admire. But my answer is always my fellow survivors. They are my heroes. They are my inspiration, because whenever things get difficult, I think about some of the women that we work with, some of which you've heard from, and I have no excuse but to get up and to keep moving, not only to seek to survive, but to thrive. And the survivor community, you know, not only in Rwanda, but here, abroad, you know, the survivor community here in Edmonton, I encourage those of you who are not Rwandans, even those Rwandans who, you know, were in Rwanda during the genocide, to really engage with them, because they are the best lesson in human strength and in human resiliency. All of us came to these countries, whether it's in Canada or in US where I live. Most of us came to these countries not speaking the language, foreign lands, but a lot of us have been able to go to school, get an education, forge careers in various sectors. We've been able to raise children without the support that, you know, mothers deserve. You always hear that it takes a village to raise a child, but for the survivor mothers, that village was destroyed. Yes, we do have some, you know, friends who have become family, as you said, but that nevertheless, you're still aware that you don't have your own mother or your own sisters. But nevertheless, the survivors, even here in Edmonton, many of them in this audience, have raised children, have accomplished so many things to be proud of over the past 29 years. So while, as I tell these stories of horror and of need, I also want us to really, particularly to my survivors, my fellow survivors in the audience, to also appreciate how far we have come, to realize that, you know, the strength that we have, that we are branches from very strong trees with an even stronger roots, and that we must continue. We must never give up hope, as the pastor just mentioned. But as we celebrate that resiliency and how far Rwanda has come, how far the survivor community has come, it's also equally important to make sure that nobody's left behind, that the survivors who are still in need of support, who continue to need support, because as I said, there are some who are going to need support for the rest of their lives, because what they suffered left them permanently disabled, unable to do much for themselves. But to make sure that those survivors are not left behind. Because at the end of the day, you know, whenever I speak, people always ask me, what do we do? Where do we go from here? How can we best, you know, honor the memory of the over a million innocent men, women, and children who were murdered in 1994? And my answer is always this, and I'm going to conclude with that, is that I personally believe that the best way, there are two things that we can do. The best way we can honor the memory of our loved ones, the memory of the over a million Tutsis who were murdered in 1994, is by doing what we can, individually and collectively, to make sure that what happened will never happen again, that our children and children's children will never have to experience what we experienced. And the second part, and equally important, the best way that we can honor the memory of our loved ones, of the over a million, is by making sure, as I said, that survivors who still need help have the sufficient support that they need to live the rest of their lives with the dignity that they deserve. And this afternoon, that is my call to action, and I hope that everybody in the audience, as we continue to go through this Kwibuka period, this 29th commemoration, that we'll all ask ourselves what we can do individually and collectively to make sure that the survivors, some of whom you heard, are getting the support that they need and that they are entitled to. in fact, as victims of genocide. So thank you very much for your attention.
Pray for me. I don't know where one can get strength to speak after this. Well, thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you so much. This is resilience. This is a survivor. That's what they do. Having gone through what she has gone through, she dedicates her life to come and talk to us about what happened. And some people are still denying it. Some Rwandans are still saying that the genocide didn't happen. There's something that she said about active commemoration, commemorating actively. And it is something that the Memory Keepers Association always asks for. I've been a part of this commemoration for the past 12 years now, and it always hurts me that this event is put together by the survivors, the same people who are mourning, the same people who are going through it are the ones organizing it. So I'm going to take this opportunity to give a call to all the Rwandans, friends of Rwanda. Please talk to a Memory Keepers Association member. Ask them what you can do. Provide a safe space for them. Support the little thing of just come and help putting together the commemoration event will speak volume to them. So thank you so much, and Komera. Now I'm going to invite Gentil, if she's around. She has prepared a song for us. Her voice is amazing, just to let you know. So welcome, Gentil.
biragoye kuririmba aka kanya, ariko indirimbo bambazaniye ni amagambo cyane cyane avuga ngo komera humura. Amen. Humura ukomere, Yesu yabanye natwe muri uru rugendo kandi azakomeza kubana natwe. Aya magambo urayasanga muri Yesaya igice cya 41 ku murongo wa 10. Aravuga ngo ntutinye kuko ndi kumwe nawe, ngo ntukihebe kuko ndi Imana yawe, nzajya gukomeza ni koko nzajya gutabara, kandi nzajya nkuramiza ukuboko kw'iburyo ariko gukiranuka kwanjye. Imana yarahabaye mu ntambara, yitahaba nta n'umwe ari kurokoka, ariko nta uvukira gushira. Imana yaraturokoye, bamwe muri urugendo baciyemo Imana yabagejeje kure. Humura, nubwo ushobora kuba uri guca mu bintu bikomeye aka kanya, ariko humura, Uwiteka ari kumwe nawe kandi azagukomeza. Yesu abahe umugisha.
isezeranye marira sohoza ahumura we kwiheba iyakuremye iyakubona ahumura we kurira isezeranye marira sohoza
Thank you, Gentil and Deborah. I told you her voice is amazing. So now we have the honor to have the Secretary of the United Black People of Canada. His name is Patrick Higiro. If he's here, you're welcome to come and give us your remarks.
Thank you very much for the chance to come and commemorate with you. I'm here on behalf of the United Black People of Canada. All protocols observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I join you this evening on behalf of UBPC, that's United Black People of Canada, a body that was established and exists to ensure that every history of the Black people of Canada is documented, is learned, and is brought to the fore. United Black People of Canada strives to assure and ensure that the voice of Canadian Black people is heard. It exists to call for the appropriate support of the Black people in Canada, most importantly, to ensure that as a Black people of Canada, we get actively and significantly included in these efforts. So with the above in mind, allow me to convey the following. That UBPC is here to share with you the Memory Keepers Association and the survivors of the 1994 genocide committed against the Tutsis of Rwanda. In Rwanda, that your pain is our pain. We pledge our support in helping fight against those who deny the genocide committed against the Tutsis of Rwanda that you endured. We pledge to ensure that the voice and the needs of the survivors of the 1994 genocide
committed against the Tutsis of Rwanda living here in Alberta, elsewhere in Canada, and across the world are heard and taken into a proper context and supported as much as needed. We pledge to accompany you throughout your challenging healing journey by ensuring that we help support your voice, demanding resources that you need to help sustain such a healing. It's not easy, as you all know. We pray that God enables us to support your efforts, destined to help make sure that the genocide committed against the Tutsis of Rwanda in 1994 never happened again. And it's us, as the people, that can move this. We can't sit back and let things continue as if it did not happen. We are looking forward to working together with you to help ensure that Alberta Blacks and Black people of Canada live and work in unity, and that none of us is left behind socially, politically, and economically. Your pain is our pain. We all are in this together with you. I want you to stay strong and know that together we are strong. Count on our support. We are with you in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to another good moment. We're going to hear a song put together by Joy, Melissa, and Deborah. If they are ready, the floor is yours. Hello, you can hear me? Thank you. My name is Deborah Mihaye, with my sister Joy, Melissa. And the song that we're gonna do is called Kwibuka. The meaning of Kwibuka is to remember. We're remembering the 29th commemoration of the genocide against Tutsi that happened in 1994 in Rwanda. To the survivors, we're saying Komera. We're together. We know the ones that are gone. We remember them, we dream of them every time. This song says, I dream of you. I clothe myself with your dreams. Your light will always shine in us. We will always thank you, remember you, and keep you at heart. We will always cherish the moment that we had together. We'll always give you back the honor and dignity that was taken away from you. Thank you. S'élève ma voix jamais, oh mon petit pays, au Rwanda bien-aimé. Un million de gouttes d'eau qui tombent des torrentiels, un million de nos tombes torrentielles, de nos fosses profondes à nos points culminants. Nous sommes debout maintenant, le cheveu dans le vent, à conjurer le sort qu'un désastre engloutit, à se dire qu'on est fort, qu'on vient de l'infini. Je rêve de vous, Kwibuka, I'm dreaming of you. Kwibuka.
Je rêve de vous, mes mensonges dérisoires. Je rêve de vous, quand l'histoire nous égare. Je rêve de vous, au jardin de mémoire. Et vu que je renais déjà dès nos abysses, je fais de nos sourires de ténèbres cicatrices. Et j'arpente la vie sans jamais oublier qu'un orage en avril, que le soleil en juillet.
tuzahora tubashimira tubazirikana tubibuka mu bihe byiza twagiranye tuzahora tubahesha agaciro tubibuka n'ubupfura bubaranga. Je rêve de vous, kwibuka, I'm dreaming of you. Je rêve de vous, Kwibuka, I'm dreaming of you, Kwibuka.
Je rêve de vous, vous mes lumières invaincues, vos souvenirs, mes silences nus. Je rêve de vous, dissiper les ténèbres. Je n'oublie pas, je m'habille de vos rêves. Je rêve de vous, vous mes lumières invaincues. Mon souvenir, mes silences nus. Je rêve de vous, dissiper les ténèbres. Je n'oublie pas, je m'habille de vos rêves. Je rêve de vous, vous mes lumières invaincues. Je rêve de vous, dissiper les ténèbres. Thank you very much.
What a beautiful song. Thank you, Joey and Deborah. This is a heavy event. You know, sometimes you may sit and reflect and ask yourself, has it really been 29 years ago? And how come is it still so fresh? I think those of you who heard our keynote speaker's words, how can you get over that? How can that be in the past? For mothers, I'm a mom myself, but even if you're not a parent, you may have a child who's close to you. These are pictures of children. And these are not even a tenth of what we could have gotten. That's all we could have gotten, because you know what happened to the survivors of the genocide? They even lost pictures of their loved ones. They don't even have pictures. Everything was destroyed for these people. How can you get over that? She said that to some survivors, those who were raped, the genocide is still a daily reality for them. It's not only them. To all the survivors, genocide is a reality for them. Because if you were a parent and today you're not a parent, it is still a reality. If you had siblings and now today you're alone, it is a daily reality. So this is a daily thing to the survivors. That's why I keep making this call. Please provide a safe space for the survivors of the genocide. There is a video, it's called Hope Video, that is put together again by the survivors, by the members of the Memory Keepers Association. We are going to see it if it's ready.
imbaraga zo gukomeza ubuzima mfite n'icyizere nyuma ya jenoside nuko abashakaga kutwica ntabwo bari babigezeho kuko batatumaze Imana yari yanogoye nagombaga gukomeza kubaho. Icya kabiri kandi umuryango wanjye wose wari wishwe nagombaga gukomeza kubaho kandi nkabaho nkomeye kugira ngo utazibagirana.
Imbaraga z'abacitse ku icumu ya jenoside yakorewe abatutsi ibyari bamaze kugwirira igihugu bakabasha kwihangana bakongera bakiyubaka ibyari byoroshye ariko kubera izo mbaraga zabo bacitse ku icumu ya jenoside yakorewe abatutsi byampaye imbaraga n'icyizere cyo kubaho umuntu agakomeza ubuzima kugeza isa
ibyiringiro. Icya mbere ni uko ngomba kubera urugero abandi cyane nkanjye bari mukuru mbibona ngomba kubera urugero abari batoya batazi abacu tugiye kumubare imico n'imyifatire bamwe babazi gusa ari abana bato nakugiriye mukuru ngomba rero gutwara ibendera ry'icyo gihe kugira ngo twerekane uburyo ki nibura ab'icyo gihe bari imfura. Niyo mpamvu ngomba kuba nibura kugerageza kuba imfashanyigisho ku batoya kugira ngo banyigireho umenye ngo ababo bagiye wenda bahita bagenda bisanira n'iyo mico ko rimwe na rimwe n'ikigenda ihindagurika ariko nibura numvishe ko ngomba kuba urugero rw'abacu bahise kugira ngo abatoya n'abavuga n'ubu bazanyigireho.
Ubu nyuma y'imyaka 29 jenoside ibaye nagize umuryango narashatse naribatse nagize abana kandi nuko ibihe bigenda bishira nagiye ngira n'umuryango w'abandi bana barokotse jenoside yakorewe abatutsi, bambera abavandimwe, bambera inshuti, ku buryo numva mbabereyeho, numva nibereyeho, mbese ngo nyuma y'ubuzima tuzasangira n'abandi bacu bagiye kuko twumva tugomba kuzabana mu ijuru.
Umuntu avuga ko icyizere gihari uhereye aho umuntu yavuye kugera ageze mu myaka 29, twarongeye twiyegeranya n'imiryango, tugira abana, ndetse rimwe na rimwe ugasanga nk'abana baje basa neza n'abavandimwe bawe, rimwe na rimwe bagira uti ni ibitangaza by'Imana, ariko niko ubuzima bumeze, ariko icyizere cyo kubaho ukabona umwana usa n'umuvandimwe wawe wagiye, haba mu mico haba mu isura, ukumva biragushimishije. Ni nacyo kintu njye numva nagira inama abakiri bato, gushinga imiryango, abantu kongera bagakomera, bakagira icyizere nyine kizahoraho igihe cyose.
When I observe survivors of the genocide who have been through a lot and made so much out of like basically nothing, who were betrayed, lost their friends, lost their families, some even lost their whole support system, and they still managed to like not give up and come to another country and provide for their kids, well, try to raise them and work hard for them. And when those kids finally realize how much their parents did for them, how much their parents sacrificed for them, like that gives me a lot of hope.
After seeing what my parents went through and losing all my family from her side, I grew up understanding that I was different, my family was different because of the events in 1994. And so I put it upon myself and my responsibility to ask questions to my parents, to ask questions to the survivors. Having that education, educating myself and hearing firsthand their stories has enabled me to pass on their stories and their testimonies to people outside of the Rwandan community and to ensure that it will never happen again.
Ndibaza ko ari inshingano zanjye nk'urubyiruko kugira ngo jenoside yakorewe abatutsi itazibagirana kandi itazongera kuba ukundi. Muri iki gihe cyo kwibuka nitabira ibikorwa byose by'icyunamo kugira ngo bimfashe menye n'ibyabaye. Ni akamaro cyane kubyitabira kugira ngo nk'urubyiruko tuzabashe kwigira ku bantu bakuru, bizadufashe kubaka u Rwanda rw'amahoro kandi rushize hamwe.
Kubona igihugu kigenda kiba gishya kidafite ya discrimination yabagaho mbere, ukabona n'abana babana batazi kwitegereza undi, ahubwo ari urukundo rugenda rubaremamo.
À nos actions de commémorer les nôtres, à passer le flambeau à nos enfants pour protéger la mémoire des nôtres qui n'ont pas eu la chance de s'ouvrir le génocide.
They tried to bury us, but they didn't know the seeds. The constant and continued resilience of the Rwandan community gives me hope for a brighter future. Our community shows its love, support, and a constant reminder of where our nation has been and who we are today.
De l'histoire. Je pense que nous, en tant que génération future, nous devons préserver, garder notre histoire. Nous devons garder quelque chose dans nos mémoires, surtout si c'est menacé par des négationnistes. C'est pour cela qu'on se doit de s'éduquer, d'approcher les survivants, de connaître leur histoire pour pouvoir leur transmettre aux prochaines générations.
Thank you, the members of the Memory Keepers Association. Again, these people are tremendous. These people are just amazing. I just can't, I never understand how they do what they do. It's amazing. So now we're going to hear Maxime Rurangwa. He has prepared a poem for us. Karibu Maxime.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me? So, Memory Keepers Association, my father was one of the founders, if you guys know Kaycee Madu. I always have a strange relationship with this event because it's something I've always grew up with but never fully understood. I remember my dad, he started a website where survivors can go on the website and post their story in hopes of finding other survivors and their story and putting that all together, trying to put the pieces together of what actually happened during the genocide. As you guys know, a lot of people were just running for their lives, trying to survive. As we said today, they couldn't get photos, couldn't get any kind of memorabilia. It was literally an apocalypse in Rwanda for those who survived, right? And I'm grateful to be Rwandan, but it is a difficult time in April for us. But I created this song as a way for us to remember that we're together in this shared trauma that we have. And I never really understood how grateful I should be for what my dad has created, because this was a space for all of us to mourn once a month. As Rwandese people and as Black people, we are just designed to be resilient, but we still feel pain like everyone else. And I'm really grateful we have this opportunity to grow together, to learn together. And here's my song. How can we move on when the pain is still so strong? I just have to hold on to the love in my family's arms. We may cry just a little, remembering what we lost. Can't help to be sentimental, we're human, that's the cost. But we try to move on for the love of the people we carry on. Gone but not forgotten, I feel my soul hurting, thinking about those bodies rotting in the ground, only to be found years later, decomposed, only bones remain of friends and neighbors. I asked God, what can we do to deserve such atrocities? He talked to me, but not so much in words. Looking back, God and I have been talking my whole life. Blinded by rage, I guess I couldn't see the light. Like so many of us, sometimes pain gets the better of us, and we may neglect those that are here with us. But I'm here with you, and I understand. My only plan now is to be the best man I can. Not just for me, but this for us. First generation Canadian, success is a must. Blacks were back at a bus, and now look at us. Been down so long, the only way to go is up. So how could we move on when the pain is still so strong? I just have to hold on to the love in my family's arms. We may cry just a little, remembering what we lost. Can't help to be sentimental, we're human, that's the cost. But we try to move on for the love of the people we carry on. 100 days, over 1 million bodies, mutilated, decapitated in a small country. Population was around 5 million. Do the math, that's about 20% of a nation. Can you imagine? 1 in every 5, 2 of every 10 of your kin, of your friends gone. Apocalyptic, horrific, and everything between it. We walk in faith amongst some demons who don't need a reason, who didn't need a season or a second thought. Picked up some weapons against us, propaganda was taught, fueled anger was brought, turning hearts into frost. Genocide is expensive and our tribe was the cost. They did. How could we move on when the pain is still so strong? I just have to hold on to the love in my family's arms. We may cry just a little, remembering what we lost. Can't help to be sentimental, we're human, that's the cost. But we try to move on for the love of the people we carry on. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Maxime. Can somebody be with Maxime, please? There is hope. There is hope because people like Maxime, Deborah, Joy were born. So there is hope because we're still standing. Welcome, Emily, David Shepherd. It's always a pleasure to be with you. We've came to the right moment. You're welcome to come and give us your remarks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to join you here today on behalf of Rachel Notley and all of my colleagues in the Alberta NDP caucus for the 29th commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi people of Rwanda. A time when we remember the great evil that can occur when people forget their humanity and that of those around them and allow their hearts and minds to be overcome by anger and hatred. We remember that over the course of 100 days from April to July of 1994, more than 800,000 Rwandans, primarily Tutsi, were killed during a vicious campaign. Those killings were brutal, intentional, and systematic. Neighbors against neighbors, husbands against wives. It was a dark time when chaos, anarchy, and hatred reigned. I cannot even begin to imagine what it would be like to live through such a time. Such traumatic and devastating violence and loss. But I know that there are thousands who did. Hundreds of thousands who lost their lives. And thousands who faced this terrible experience and survived. I know that many of you are here in this room today. I am humbled to be here with you. And today my heart goes out to each of you in recognition that all that you have endured as a result of this genocide against the Tutsi people of Rwanda. I recognize your strength and that of your Tutsi brothers and sisters who have refused to let the darkness of what you have experienced consume you. That you are here today demonstrates your strength, your courage, and resilience. And on behalf of all of my colleagues in the Alberta NDP caucus, we salute you. And we stand with you as you remember those you have lost, and as we all, collectively, commit to ensuring such an atrocity never happens again. I'm proud that our city, Edmonton, and indeed our province is home to a strong Rwandan community. Many of you who arrived after the genocide. Thousands of men and women who proudly contribute to our communities and continue to celebrate your culture and your heritage here, even as you continue to deal with the trauma due to the loss of family, friends, and loved ones. But you are not defined by it. In the words of the Vietnamese-American poet Ocean Vuong, let no one mistake us for the fruit of violence, but that violence, having passed through the fruit, failed to spoil it. That is the legacy of all of you who are here today. You have risen above the violence that was visited on you and your loved ones. the deep losses imposed on you, the pain and suffering that you have endured, to build lives, families, and community here. And as we gather each year for this commemoration, it is also a celebration of your courage and your strength. It is also a reminder of our collective responsibility to speak out and take action against the kinds of hatred which led to this genocide. Because sadly in 1994, so much of the world did not. As former UN Secretary General Boutros Ghali said, the failure of Rwanda is 10 times greater than the failure in Yugoslavia, because in Yugoslavia the international community was interested, was involved. In Rwanda, nobody was interested. That is a legacy we must own up to as an international community. It is one that we must change. We must each continue to commit today and every day to stand against hatred and discrimination wherever we encounter it, to extinguish their sparks before they can be kindled into flames. Indeed, at a time when we sadly again do see rising voices of hatred and division, we must work harder than ever to lift up, support, and defend those who are marginalized, and stand up against those who would target them, whether out of ignorance or pursuit of personal gain. I'm encouraged that there are so many across our communities who are dedicated to that goal and that work, including the many leaders and volunteers that have served with the Memory Keepers Association of Edmonton, who have continued to hold this annual commemoration and continue to work with the Rwandan community and others all year round. And you have my commitment, and that of all of my colleagues in the Alberta NDP caucus, that we will work tirelessly to build our province as a place where all Albertans can live free from hatred and discrimination and have the opportunity and support they need to thrive. And that we will continue to join you each year for this commemoration, to share it and recognize your loss, and to remind ourselves that this is something we cannot ever allow to happen again. So thank you to everyone who is here to commemorate today. Thank you to the Memory Keepers for continuing to hold this vigil every year. It is my honor to be with you.
Thank you, Mr. MLA. We believe you when you say that you keep standing with us, because truly indeed, you've been with us over and over again, and we appreciate it. In your remarks, you mentioned that in Rwanda, nobody was interested, and truly nobody was interested, and that hurts me. And that pierces a lot of survivors' hurts. Nobody was interested in us. We continue, but luckily, people are interested now. There is hope. So now we continue our program. My sister, Angel Kigamba, is here. She has prepared a song for us, another one with a beautiful voice.
It's a very hard time. It's a very, very hard time. As I sing this song is basically going to be a cry from a broken soul. This is essentially what I can imagine was happening on that day for those who believed in Christ, and how their souls were crying out. May that be our prayer, and may that be our cry as well. Listen to the words of the song. your wings. Would you cover me within your mighty hands? When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are King over the floods. Oh, I will be still, know you are God. Oh, I know you are God. You alone are God. Find rest, my soul, in Christ alone. Know His power in quietness and trust. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are King over the floods. I will be still, know you are God. You're now in nyanja zo zukuruka, uzanyambutsu wo muraba, Mana itegeka imyuzure zatuzamenye kuri Mana. Oh, zatuzamenye kuri Mana. I will be still, know you are God.
Thank you, Andrew. Like I said earlier, most of survivors have learned to just turn to the Lord and know that He is indeed the God, because most of the people in this room will tell you that the only way they survived was a miracle. Now we have a video presentation. It was called a Kwibuka video presentation. The technical team, if you're ready.
They give me a reason to live again. There is a reason I am here today, but there is no reason you lost your lives. You were called a
inclusive names, deprived of rights to be humans, slave because of who you were born. I am lighting a candle as the sign of resilience. I'm paying a tribute. You left a legacy, and I'm a fruit from the love you sow. Let's say never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again. Never again to genocide. Let's say never again to genocide. I was young, I still needed you, but you were taken away from me too soon. If I had one wish, be seeing you again. Today we're strong men and women, even though you were not here to see the carrying on, to make you feel proud out there, watching down on us. I am lighting a candle as the sign of resilience. I'm paying a tribute. You left a legacy, and I'm a fruit from the love you sow. Let's say never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again. Let's say never again to genocide. I am a witness that if you and I come together as one, we can make sure genocide never happens again. History should be told and passed on to further generations. Let's all stand up and all sing out, never again to genocide. Let's say never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again to genocide. Let's say never again to genocide. We are here as one nation. We say never again. We unite as human race. We say never again to genocide. Never again to genocide. Never again. We brought you flowers. We brought you flowers. We brought you flowers. We brought you.
Thank you. And those were pictures for some of the families of the survivors. Like I said earlier, even having a picture, some of them is a privilege. So to those whom we have pictures for, to those that we don't have pictures for, we remember them all, we commemorate them, and we stand with you. Either we have the picture of your family members or not, we stand with you. So we are also honored to have the Alberta Deputy Premier Minister of Skilled Trade and Professionals, Honorable Kaycee Madu. You are welcome, and please come and give us your remarks.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Okay. So, obviously, it is without question difficult to watch those videos without, being hit hard about the consequences of the genocide against the Tutsis of Rwanda. I think we can all agree with the sentiment that regardless of whether or not their pictures can be seen, that they will forever be remembered. We don't need the pictures to be reminded of the atrocities that were committed in Rwanda. And whilst it is the right thing to do, to show faces of some of those who paid the ultimate price for the sins that were committed in Rwanda, I hope you all know that as a community, whether here in Edmonton, in Alberta, and around the world, we stand with you. So thank you, Nicole, for introduction. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Rwanda to Canada, Your Excellency, Ambassador Prosper Higiro, and His Excellency's wife. And thank you so much, and welcome to Edmonton. I understand his worship, Ahmad Sohi, was here earlier on. I do also want to acknowledge the presence of my colleague, the MLA for Edmonton-City Center, David Shepard. For those who don't know me, my name is Kaycee Madu, and I am very privileged to be the member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, representing the community of the constituency of Edmonton Southwest. I also have the honor of being Alberta's Minister of Skilled Trades and Professions, as well as the Deputy Premier of our province. I want to say to you that I bring greetings on behalf of our Premier, the Honorable Daniel Smith, and indeed my colleagues at the government of Alberta, your government, to the Memory Keepers Association of Edmonton for putting together this event so that we can all remember the genocide, the atrocities that were committed in Rwanda. So I do want to thank you for the invitation to participate in this solemn commemoration of the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda. We saw barbaric militias led by warlords mercilessly murdered nearly 1 million people, and by far, most of them were Tutsis. I know so many survivors in this room today, this evening, who suffered so much horrors that you and I cannot begin to comprehend. We've seen the pictures, and we were warned that many of their relatives are right here in this room. I know my brother Jane Yves Roboso is one of the young people who were left to die after the massacre of his family in Rwanda. Friends, this is why we must always confront hate and racism wherever and when they rear their ugly heads. And today, while those of us in Alberta cannot change the course of that unfortunate history in Rwanda, what we must do is to build a society where such a heinous act simply can never happen again. I think that also applies to the international community. And I speak, as many of you who are close to me in this room knows, I was born and raised in a part of Africa, West Africa, called Nigeria. We also had whilst it hasn't been recognized as a genocide, there was a bloody civil war that lasted for 3 years, 67, 70, that took the lives of more than 3 million of my own people. And so you can understand why this is very emotional for me as well, and why I will always stand in solidarity with your community. We must do all within our power to support you, the survivors. That is why I'm so glad that the Rwandan community is here and thriving. That's what is within our control as a people. What we can do is to make sure that our people, including those from this community, thrive here and succeed. We want you to succeed and thrive. There's no question about it. The theme of this year's commemoration is a traumatic event endured by the Tutsi girls and women during the genocide and its impact on them. During the 1994 genocide, the Tutsi girls and women especially suffered unimaginable horrors, including rape, sexual slavery, forced marriages, torture, mutilation, and death. These experiences have devastating and long-lasting impact on the mental and physical health of the survivors. And even for those of us who sat here and simply seeing those videos, it was difficult to comprehend. Talk less of those who actually lived through that and saw their brothers and sisters, nephews, nieces, uncles, and family members, people they have spent their entire lives with, being massacred, hacked to death in their presence. You can't imagine the depth of the trauma and the mental, psychological pain that they have had to endure. And so as a community, let's always remember that now these are members of our own community and they need our support. It is hard to hear what gender balance violence survivors experienced and suffered, including physical injuries, unwanted pregnancy, sexually transmitted diseases, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts that the survivors continue to endure. And this traumatic experience left lasting and a very strong negative impact on their social relationships. And while the physical and mental trauma is a big part of this problem, we also have to consider the socioeconomic impact of this horrible event, the impact it had on their education, and survivors, many of whom stopped or entirely skipped schooling because of this event. And education is always considered the foundation of a bright future, and without its survivors, And these survivors will encounter limited opportunities to be able to land good jobs, set their lives on a better trajectory to succeed, including financial stability. And I know that as someone who would not be standing before you if it were not for education. And so when there are things that happen in our lives that makes those things difficult, it leaves us worse off as a people. But you are a resilient people. I think if there's one thing you must know about the people in this room and their brothers and sisters across Rwanda, it is that they are a resilient people. That is why, despite all of those horrors, here they are, thriving, happy, successful people. And even as we are here and look at Rwanda as a country, despite that ugly history, it is a country today, when I speak to some of my colleagues and family members on the continent, they talk about Rwanda in very in a happy state. They see the development, they see the progress, they see the institutional reforms that have taken place, and it gives a sense of hope that indeed our people will rise again. And if there's one message that I, as your brother, wants to leave with you, it is that we have always been a resilient people. That is in the DNA, not just of the Rwandese people, but also of the Africans, the blacks, wherever we find ourselves. We are a people that have endured slavery. We are a people that have endured decades and generations of wars, both imposed of us and those that we brought upon ourselves. There are tribal wars, religious wars. I am Nigerian born, and even if, as we sit here, all you need to do is just do a Google search, and you will see that despite what happened in Rwanda, and despite, so the lack of education and the resources, no question, has negatively affected these girls and women's self-esteem, confidence, employability, their overall health and self-worth. And so society as a whole, whether here in Rwanda or in the international community, must do all they can to be there and to ensure that never happens again. And these girls and women have suffered, and we must pursue policies that allow their families to get ahead and prepare them to overcome many of the traumas of life. But lastly, it is important to understand how the impact of the genocide impact individuals also at the community level. And the post-genocide era can bring different challenges as the community comes together to rebuild and reconcile. And reconciliation, God knows, is absolutely necessary. That's what makes us human. As difficult as what you have been through, the power that lies in healing, in forgiveness, in reconciliation, overcomes things that we would not think can be overcome. And while it can be very challenging, survivors must find a way to reconnect with their community. I want you to know that I will always stand with you, and I can say to you directly that our Premier and the government of Alberta stands with you. That is why we will explore opportunities to work with the Memory Keepers Association and the community for a befitting memorial on the grounds of the Alberta legislature. I know that the community and I have been discussing the need to explore a law on the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda. I know the contributions Rwandese in our province, and I look forward to working with them to address many of these issues. And together, we will build a better life for the Tutsis, the Rwandese, and fellow Albertans. And together, we will do our part and to make sure that we never forget the atrocity that took place in Rwanda. And so may God bless the people of Rwanda, and those of them in this community, in our province. May God bless our province, and thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable. There is hope indeed. Now I'm going to call the sitting president of the Memory Keepers Association, Monsieur Yves Guillotot, to come and give us his remarks.
Merci beaucoup, Nicole. Thank you very much, everyone. Dear Your Excellency, the High Commission of the Republic of Rwanda, I think representing the President of Rwanda here, Ambassador Higiro Prosper, and dear Alberta Deputy Premier Kaycee Madu, and the Minister of Skilled Trades and Professions, and our dear brother as well, MLA Shepherd, David Shepherd, and Deputy Head of the mission in the Embassy of Rwanda to Canada, Lieutenant Colonel Eustache Rutabuzwa. So what can I say? I just wanna, before that I just kind of navigate through what I have to say, to ask everybody to look around and say thank you to everyone. Given the time that also we have that's running so fast, I want to also acknowledge my beloved brother Patrick Chelulo and the president of also the United Black People of Canada for being with us. I know it's a strong community, it's a very strong organization. There's no way we can thank you enough. I want to, in the first place, I'm sitting the sitting president of this organization, but before me there were the presidents who really just paved the way for us to be where we are today. So I want to humbly request them to stand up so that we can officially acknowledge them. Please, stand up so that people can see you. There's Baraki, there's also Pamela. I worked hand in hand with them in different capacities, and I'm here today because especially Seth Rubaraki, when I saw the way he was working tirelessly, sleepless nights, leaving the wife and the kids behind, I said, I'm joining the family and I'm not a quitter. Anyway, I want to work for the family, for the community. So please, if I'm here today, I'm telling you, he has so much weight on the decision that I made. There is also my beloved brother, sister, Divine Wamahor. I don't see her, but she's been working so hard, day and night. I also have brother Serge Baingana. Where is he? Is he here? So behind, please. Know that I acknowledge you. And I want to also say thank you to the Vice President of the Memory Keepers Association, my beloved brother, Eric Kimamonsi, but I still call him Baingana. Please just stand up so that I acknowledge you officially. I know that I have a history, close history with him. Our parents were so friends, successful businessmen, but almost everyone got killed. I want to also say thank you to our secretary that you saw here today, Umubyeyi Claudia Ren. Where is she? I want people to know, come close so people know you. I know it's very important for me to acknowledge, her. Now that we're talking even about women, especially with respect to the topic. I want to ask all women on Memory Keepers Association to stand up here so that we acknowledge them officially. All women, wherever you are, please stand up. This is very important. I want also the wife of the ambassador to stand up. There's no way we can have leadership without having such a strong woman behind that leadership, please. I want to talk briefly about these women. In so many cases we see things happening. I was born of a woman who got raped, sexually raped, and cut into pieces, as so many other people gathered in this room would say. So anything that you see happening here, we have so many women, sisters, aunts, and young ladies who have really slided anything to the side for such momentum in the honor of those ones who got deprived of us, taken away from us, so that it can be honored to this level. So I know we don't just clap, probably just in the commemoration, but please know that we say thank you. I acknowledge young folks, the social media team, led by Minister Disa. Disa, what is Minister Disa? I call her Minister Disa. I'm a fifth person, hopefully that she will become a minister in the near future. Where is her? I would like her to stand up and, come closer, They're just running. Yeah, because we don't work, when they were trying to kill us, they put us in the darkness. So I wanted them people to come to the light so people can see them. Right? So I don't want to make such a mistake. Yes, turn around and say, see, Minister, maybe they will vote for you next time. I want to also acknowledge Daima Christine. Where is she? Is she here? But Mama Daima, thank you very much as well. So now, there's no way I can also go any further without actually acknowledging my professor, Dr. Linda, who trained me to become a critical social worker, not a social worker like any other. Critical social worker, that's a person who challenges the systems. She knows me when I was in the school, I was vocal. So please stand up. So sometime I want to say thank you to the University of Calgary for even the support during this time. I saw students, educators, tweeting about our events and trying to encourage the people to come to this event. There's no way we can thank you enough. So, Dr. Sophie, what can I say? Simama kidogo. So tuingie Kiswahili kidogo, right? Yes. Dr. Sophie has been a so good friend of us for so long. They actually ran a research trying to understand the challenges that we encounter on daily basis, and in effort trying to kind of help us also find a way moving forward that can actually help us to find a better way to really respond in a very appropriate way to our needs. God bless you. And the University of Alberta, I want to say also thank you. I know for sure these past years we've been working so hard. But when I took over the leadership, I want to say thank you to the government of Alberta. Back in the day it was Jesse Kenney. Now we have a Premier Daniel Smith. They have been really supporting us to very significant extent. That in most cases I said, how can you run a province and they have a meeting discussing policies, governance, and mental health and addiction, stuff like that, without having survivors. And when I asked that question, they said, you're right. So we've been attending different meetings on different levels, thanks to them, and thank you very much. I want to acknowledge that thanks to Deputy Premier and the Minister of Skilled Trades and Profession, Kaycee Madu, we were able to be acknowledged as an organization in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, where we live, our home, on the 24th of May, 2022. Please also acknowledge that. I know for sure MLA David Shepherd has been a sound voice as well to help NDP caucus understand who we are, at the same time trying to kind of find a way to best support us. And he's been also attending events from day one. So we want to thank you. I want to say thank you to the city of Edmonton, to the brother Sohi, the worship mayor Sohi, and also different departments. Today I have good news that after this commemoration we're going to be having a meeting to discuss our monumental or memorial site so that we can have something memorable for the generation to come here. Also, I want to, as I move forward, because I want to just be brief, I want to also say thank you to the community leaders. We have pastors here, please stand up so that we can see and say thank you. Pastors, come on, I know, look at them. All these pastors, including my pastor Neshimiye, who's here from Eden Garden, have been working to bring people. I texted them more than 6 times, even 2 a.m. I was doing the same, bringing people to our event, and they did. So there's also people from other faith, including Islamic faith. Assalamu alaikum. And alhamdulillah, mashallah, for everything you did for us. Big time. And I want to also say thank you to my big brother, Jasprit Sagu from the Punjab community. Please stand up. There is also another friend, Richard, one who was supposed to be here, people from Chinese community, anywhere you are, the Filipino, Caucasian, anywhere. We are one Alberta that's behind the fact that we are commemorating here. There's no way I can go past our beloved sister, Mrekatete Jacqueline, who took, the airplane to come over here. Come on, stand up so that we say thank you to you. There is no way I can go past without asking my beloved brother, Mike Batra. Come on, stand up. And his beautiful wife, Alana, to stand up, so that we can also say thanks to them. Amen. So those are from the team of our Premier Daniel Smith. From day one, they understand Rwanda. Most importantly, also they understand the challenging journey of the survivors of the genocide of the perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda in 1994. I want to say big thank you to our politician as well for using the proper term. Well, I was vocal about it, I sent emails, also on Twitter. You said it correctly, God bless you. It's not Rwandan genocide, it's the genocide perpetrated or committed against the Tutsi of Rwanda, full stop. This brings me to something. I want to say thank you to my Rwandan community. I can never be so proud of who I am because of you. Please stand up so that people see. Everyone who is here, please stand up. Yeah, please look. If I do this, musaneza magana mata madaruko musa. So now, I just want to wrap up, but I want to say these things. I have a specific message to our Deputy Premier who is here and Premier Daniel Smith. As like I said, thank you for their support. Also, the opposition leader, regionally, and Brother Shepherd, also Liberal Party. I wish so he was here, some of the folks are here. We want to make sure that next year, as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of this commemoration, the challenge for you as your voters, as you people who vote for you, who support you, we want to make sure that you help us to advance conversation about the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda Memorial Act. It was so difficult to make it happen. Everybody watched us being slaughtered in 1994. Still, we're still being killed, hunted down. My father in 1959, he faced that. He was 23. I'm here as a survivor of the genocide. What do you want me to tell as a story to my kids? Same thing. That I wasn't protected. That no one was neither interested in doing the right thing to save us rather than using empty words. Please, like I said, Tutsi people suffered for so long, but I had no voice when I was 6. Today, we don't want to be at the bottom of any society. We're done with being the toys. Or maybe the bread for those human rights activists who keep using us, but who now doing anything necessary to support us the way we want, not the way they want. So please, Deputy Premier, I know you're working so closely with us. Shepherd, please, I insist. I'm going to be coming to your offices. I know you want to close the doors on me, but I promise I'm coming. So to also City of Edmonton, we need a memorial site for sure. And I think they were so kind enough to say, yeah, come after this commemoration so we can talk. We're so thankful to them, especially to Sam Juru, who's the lead of such a unit. So I want to say also that next year, Brother Kaycee Madu, Brother Shepherd, we don't want to commemorate being outside of the legislative assembly. We want to commemorate with every single elected official within the Alberta Legislative Assembly. Can we get that? So, as the leader of this community, I'm pledging to raise 10,000 through my friends, probably 20,000 as well, dollars, Canadian dollars, because there's so much we need to get done. One of the things, 10,000, I will provide those 10,000 to acknowledge the success of young ladies that we have in the community. We want to make sure if they are taking the sciences, they're doing things that are so meaningful to our community. It is very important that as we discuss the traumatic events endured by our sisters, aunts, babies, and women, that we do something for them. So I'm going to make it happen. I started already. I have friends from different continents who are about to give money, and it's going to happen. The second is something that I want to ask for the government, knowing that we, survivors of the genocide of the 1994 perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda, we have unique and exceptional needs. How can we get funds that can support our organization so that we can do much more that can actually extend and expand to the larger community of Alberta and Canada? I think that's also something I think we're going to be discussing moving forward to see how you can probably just stretch out some of the funding, some of the funds that you have in place to allocate some to organization, because it's very important. People watch us being killed. How can you never do something meaningful to elevate those ones? So we can put that into context, and I can help that with that. So now, a call to our beloved sisters and brothers from different communities. As you see, we gathered here in different colors. what I'm loving about today is we've been working so hard to establish allyship, partnerships with different communities, to ensure that people do understand that the experience of the survivors of 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis of Rwanda should never be a Rwandan experience. It has to be global Canadian experience. It's never something that we can call black or African experience. It has to be global. It has to be Canadian. It has to be Alberta. So for that instance, I just want to invite all my sisters and beloved brothers from different communities here to start the journey with us, to reach out to every single survivor, to check on them, to ask them about their stories so they can learn more about what occurred and how they can even best support them. Because the experience we have today has obviously been, thank you, the experience of Albertans and Canadians. So we don't want to be that community that's working in isolation. We want to work in hand so people can understand our journey, what needs to happen in our lives, and how they can best support us. That will include actually going to different schools, as we have been doing, at the same time running a competition, inter-school competitions, if possible inter-community competition, that would actually, discuss or explore the theme, why do we still need to commemorate the genocide perpetrated against the Tutsi of Rwanda in 1994. So part of those 10,000 or 20,000 that will be raised will be allocated to that so that we can actually ensure that we educate, we increase awareness around our experiences, what will potentially even affect, those ones who are younger as, than us, so that we can have a better community, a community that's treated equally, that's best supported moving forward. So ladies and gentlemen, there's so much I would love to say, but there's no way I can also finish without acknowledging the beloved brother and the Gerard Patrick from East, who is the head or the president of the Rwanda community abroad. Please stand up. I want to say also thank you and also welcome our beloved brother David Nkurunziza from the East, who's also the federal member of the managerial team of Rwandan community abroad. Please stand up. I want to also acknowledge our beloved brother Gustavo, who is the president of RCA here in Edmonton. Please stand up. I want to say also thank you to anyone. I know there's so many communities, I won't probably be able to name them, but I'm pretty sure that next year we'll be able to really just do that when we have enough time. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that we're so grateful to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, for his leadership. We are all here because of the sacrifice that he made. Not only him, but also to the RPA, Rwanda Patriotic Army, RPF, and some other folks who have given anything, including who risked their lives for us to be able to survive the genocide. Because genocide was not stopped by God. God used some disciples. Those disciples was RPA and RPF. And one of the apostles on a mission was President Paul Kagame. So this is to say God works through people. I'm a youth pastor, I know what I'm talking about. Yes, he used them. So God bless you. There's no way I can thank you enough. There's no way I can thank you, youth, singers, every single person who did anything possible to really just make sure that this comes in this very, 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 worthy color of the commemoration of the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsi of Rwanda. So please, thank you. There's no way I can thank you. God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Eve. There's nothing somebody can say after Eve. You just got it. So we are coming close to the end of our program, but before we continue, anybody who has parked on the Jubilee building, if you can just please remove your car. I think the parking lot is about to close. So if you parked at the Jubilee building, please remove your car. Now that we come close to the end of our program, we are going to hear, like we heard before, we are very privileged to have His Excellency, the Ambassador of Rwanda to Canada, here with us. It is of a great privilege to have you with us. Like we said, not only the world watched as we were being killed, the government of Rwanda at that time watched and killed us. Simple as that. So today, as Eve said, it is of a privilege really to have the government stand with us. And your presence here means a lot. So I don't want to give you the floor as people start going in and out. I want you to be calm. So Your Excellence, now your floor is yours.
Urakoze Nicole. I know it's not easy to be the last speaker, especially following intelligent, very, very brilliant speakers who spoke before me. And I hope everyone here is still awake so that you can follow the greetings and the message of hope. I hope that I'm going to deliver to you from Rwanda High Commission in Canada, and on behalf of the government of the Republic of Rwanda, of course. So, Honorable Kaycee Madu, Deputy Premier of Alberta, we had with us the Mayor of Edmonton, and I wanted really to thank you for his presence and for his message. Yves Biwuzo, Chairman of Memory Keepers Association, other distinguished invited guests, all protocol observed, dear survivors, Banyarwanda bavandimwe, again on behalf of the government of the Republic of Rwanda and on behalf of our mission here in Canada, this is my very first visit to Edmonton, but not Alberta. So I'm really delighted and honored to be with you this evening to commemorate, to remember our loved ones that we lost during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. I would like to thank you all for your presence and your support. Thanking you for being with Rwanda, with the Rwandan people, with the people, the survivors of Edmonton, of Alberta, as we mark the 29th commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. Today,
will remember and pay tribute in the honor of more than 1 million lives we lost in just 100 days between the 7th of April and the 4th of July 1994. And all this happened as the entire world was simply watching. I think it has been said extensively. Actually, those killed were numbered at 1,076,000 people. So, as we name the genocide as it is, and even we would reminded that, let's have put in some effort. It's not between 500,000 and 800,000 victims. Some media call it according to the UN. That's not right. That's wrong. The UN never counted. Never. The Rwandan government did. Gacaca courts did. And behind any name, as Jacqueline said it, behind every figure, there is a name, there is a person, there is a relative, there is a parent, there is a child. So it's not just numbers. So some people do it out of laziness, out of ignorance, out of just complacency, trying to minimize genocide. Many are actually malicious and vicious. So let's do effort to convince people, because the UN, again, never counted the victims. Thank you very much, Deputy Premier, for your support and your good message. I think the support, your presence here and the support, I've seen that the closeness you have with the Rwandan community here, the survivors, is really valuable. And I would like to thank you very much for your presence and for your support. The people of Rwanda, wherever they have decided to live, including here in Alberta, whether inside or outside Rwanda, have decided not to be defined by the genocide we went through in 1994, but rather continue to remember and shape a bright future for themselves and future generations to come. The genocide was the culmination of decades of divisive and discriminatory politics, inciting hatred toward the Tutsi by extremists in the country's leadership, initiated first by colonial masters, the Belgian, let's name them, and unfortunately pursued by those who took power from independence between 1962 and 1994. We are here today to remember our loved ones who were killed just because they were identified as Tutsi. Just that. We need to always keep their memories alive, and our presence here is a clear testimony that Rwanda will continue to honor and pay due respect to those killed during the genocide. To you, dear survivors, words cannot express enough our understanding, our sympathy, our support in these difficult moments. Because I know this period brings back sad memories. We've seen it, especially with the video, but also with the thoughts Jacqueline Mrekatete has accepted to share with us. Commemoration like this is a reminder and a warning to the humanity to ensure that the genocide is not forgotten and never happen again. Preventing genocide is a collective and individual responsibility. Let's remember that genocide is a crime against humanity. So it's our collective effort to make sure it doesn't happen again. But unfortunately, we say never again, that we don't walk the talk. It is indeed an opportunity to pay tribute to those Rwandans who took their courage. I think we also told about President Paul Kagame. I remember very well, as it was yesterday, I was in Kigali back then. It was only the RPF, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, and its armed wing that decided to confront those genocidaires. It was an entire government with its entire machinery, the army, the police, militias, political parties, the churches, everybody, almost everybody participated. But it was only the RPA that decided to fight with little means, but they did very well. They did their best. So this commemoration, of course, it's an opportunity to recognize, to sacrifice those young men and women, because some of them, unfortunately, they lost their lives at a younger age. Let's hope that it will be an inspiration to the future generations. As we mark the 29th commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, we must also remember that genocide denial, that is part, actually denial is a continuation of genocide. It starts with the killings. Because they start by saying we defend ourselves, we are just killing cockroaches. So that is when genocide denial starts. Because they need to not to accept their responsibilities. So they will do anything so that they deny what they are doing, because they know very well it's wrong. So the genocide denial started during the genocide itself. But today, it is increasingly being spread by those who committed genocide and their sympathizers across the world, taking advantage of an insensitive media fraternity, social media, insufficiency of information and education about genocide in some cases. So that's where education is key. At this point, I would like really to take this opportunity to appreciate those survivors who took their courage to write their stories We have seen many now are writing books, are writing stories, are participating in storytelling. So it's really important that those stories are documented, because it's with those stories, those testimonies, that we can counter the narrative of denial. Currently, I was just saying that when we say never again, unfortunately, we don't necessarily walk the talk. Because lately, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there have been a spike in hate speech targeting the Congolese Tutsi. Those Kinyarwanda speaking in DRC, those are facts. We are living with those events today, in 2023. Actually, even the UN Special Advisor on the prevention of genocide, Alice Wairimu Neritu, recognized this fact. It's well documented. So it's still going on in DRC. Let's remember that actually it's the same perpetrators of genocide in Rwanda. While fleeing to Rwanda when they lost the war, they went to Zaire then, the current DRC. So they brought the genocide ideology, the genocide itself, because they are still there. They are present in the DRC, and they are very active. So it's again very imperative that we commend a few voices of countries, organizations, institutions, and individuals across the world warning against hate speech and killings in DRC. By emphasizing the importance of empathy, critical thinking, and personal responsibility, the humanity should be encouraged to be active voice against hate speech and human rights violations, and to work towards preventing future genocide. So, distinguished guests, Banyarwanda bavandimwe mwese muri hano, in this ongoing fight against genocide ideology, denial, and revisionism, the UN member countries as signatories of the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide are always urged to arrest and prosecute identified and confirmed genocide fugitives residing or hiding in foreign countries, as adopted by the UN Security Council in its resolution number 2150 of April 2014. Rwanda continues to be grateful to countries that did apprehend genocide suspects on their territories. Some have been repatriated to Rwanda. In this case, we particularly thank the government of Canada about the cooperation with the Canadian Justice. 2 genocide perpetrators were deported and tried in Rwanda, while 1 was tried and convicted in Canada. The government of Rwanda will continue to share with Canada other information related to suspects who are or are believed to be at large here in Canada and elsewhere. Dear friends, as we mark the 29th commemoration, Rwanda has since 1994 embarked on a long, painful path for reconciliation. Rwanda has changed for good and forever. Our country rose from the ashes of the genocide and was transformed from an almost failed state to a modern and developing country as it emerged stronger from this tragedy. We talked about resilience. Actually, that's the reality. The country has almost become a nation. It has become a nation of hope, prosperity, and equal opportunity for its entire people. In concluding, fellow survivors of genocide, we are hereby thankful for your resilience and bravery to strive to live a prosperous future meant to transcend the evil you faced, and your bravery continue to represent the true Rwandan character and inspire the entire world. The presence of many here today is a clear sign of support, comfort to you in these difficult moments whereby you remember your loved ones. Let's continue together the path to remember, unite, and renew. The Rwanda High Commission in Canada is grateful of the initiatives of the associations of genocide survivors grouped in Canada, so that we keep alive the memories of our loved ones who lost their lives during the genocide against the Tutsi. Those associations contribute to education, awareness, and fight for justice. I would like, at this juncture, sincerely appreciate the work that Memory Keepers Association is doing, and in particular, its leadership. I think we saw it, we heard it, we witnessed it. And thank you again, for what you are doing and to your colleagues. And I would like to urge you to continue, because the work is still going on. There is a lot to be done still, especially in terms of keeping the memory, educating people, fighting for genocide, fighting for justice, and of course fighting against genocide denial. Thanks to the Rwandan community here in Alberta. Your presence, your massive presence is really, really encouraging. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for all of you, distinguished Your Excellencies, for your presence and support as we mark this commemoration. Mu gusoza ndagira ngo nongere nkomeze abacitse ku icumu, kubera ko nzi ko babikeneye cyane muri ibi bihe, babwire ko mu izina rya guverinoma y'u Rwanda guverinoma nk'uko yakomeje kubashyigikira uko ishoboye, ubundi baba bari mu Rwanda baba bari mu mahanga, leta y'u Rwanda izakomeza kubashyigikira, kubarwanirira, kubavugira aho bikenewe hose. The Rwandan government will continue to fight. The Rwandan government will always walk the talk. When we say never again, we do it. Twibuke twiyubaka. Murakoze cyane. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellence. Now we have come to the end of our program. Again, the amazing Memory Keepers Association members prepared refreshments for us. Can you imagine? So there is food and drinks in the hallway to be partaken, but because the time is limited, we're going to be ushered by the usher team. I've been told that we'll be serving ourselves. We'll start with the front rows. We'll serve ourselves, and then we'll come back in the room. There'll be lights on this time, and then we'll share. But we only have the room, I think, until 8 o'clock, so we'll be rushed out. But again, they prepared for us, and that's just amazing. So, on behalf of the Memory Keepers Association again, and on my name, I'd like to really thank you for coming to be with us, to stand with us as we commemorate. Dear survivors, I want to leave you with a message. More, mukomere, let us keep living and thrive to live well. It is possible. We can keep living and live well. And for the rest of us, try and be kind to one another, especially be kind to the survivors. They need it. Thank you very much and have a good day. I think we actually can stay outside if we want to. There is room, so feel free.
It's dufatanirize hamwe kugira umutima wa kimuntu n'abajya bahungabanye twirinde kubahunga ahubwo tubahumurize tubaremere icyizere cyo kubabonesha Thank you.